Everybody, and thank you for joining us this morning for a webinar on Africa Visa and Mobility Overview, where South Africa is compared to other African markets. Good morning, Lunga. Good morning, Andreas. Good morning, Ronney. I see we have all our speakers here with us this morning. Just for a bit of a brief introduction before I hand over to our speakers, Lunga Mani is the practice leader for Fragam in Africa. Ronney is the Chief Director for Permitting at Department of Home Affairs, and Andreas is the Managing Owner for IBN Immigration Solutions. May I ask that you please kindly keep yourselves on mute for the duration of this session. We will be hosting questions and answers at the end of the session, and you're welcome to either raise your hand or type your question in the chat box, where we will then revert it to the relevant speaker for their attention. And I will now hand over to Andreas. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm just trying to upload my presentation. Annika, do you see it? Can you?
It's busy loading. There we go.
All right. Okay, good morning, everybody. So just maybe a brief overview of what we have planned for this morning. I will give a very brief introduction basically to some common themes in Southern and Eastern Africa when it comes to border closures, flights, lockdown regulations, and also maybe internal processing. And then I only really have 3 slides on that topic very briefly, and then I will hand over to Lunga, who will talk about West Africa and as well as some more general challenges our clients are facing. And then Ronney will end the presentation probably with updating us on what the Department of Home Affairs has implemented and is planning to implement for South Africa. Okay, so so very briefly to myself. I was born and raised in Europe. I'm a qualified German attorney. I'm an immigration practitioner in South Africa. And I do basically African immigration since 20 years. And I also authored a couple of books on that. So that's really me in short. Very brief introduction to my team. So we have 5 offices in 4 different countries in Africa, in Kenya, Mozambique, Namibia, and South Africa. We have 2. And there you see the beautiful faces of our staff. And that's pretty much enough on that. Okay, coming to the topic. So as I said already, I looked for common themes. I wanted to talk about the lockdown, the borders, the local extension, flights, and quarantine. And I think on that slide, I really only focused on the outliers. So from when it comes to lockdown, Kenya is the only one which also had a curfew. As a matter of fact, they actually extended yesterday evening the curfew by another 30 days. It is from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m., so very similar to South Africa. But it's limited to 3 cities, sorry, to Nairobi and Mombasa and another one. All countries have pretty much, international travel restrictions, but inner country restrictions, they're mostly open, including Mozambique. In Namibia, they have actually closed Walvis Bay off because most cases actually in Namibia are in Walvis Bay. And also common theme is that the schools in most African countries remain actually closed, at least in Southern and Eastern Africa. Okay, so that's really to the lockdown regulations. To the borders. So in principle, the majority of borders are still closed. There are some exceptions. Zambia's international airport is open. Tanzania has the land and the international flight borders or airports open, and as well as Angola. So these are the 3 outliers to the general rule. Kenya is still intending to open up the international airport on the 1st of August, and Mauritius is aiming for the 31st of August. So you see, and I mean, Lunga will later talk about West Africa, but they already, have opened up. So you see a little, movement to really trying to open up for international flights. Okay. The other common theme is really what happens to the visas, and are visas valid? Now, in most Southern African and Eastern African countries, because the lockdown was not as severe as in South Africa, the local authorities have actually continued working. So in Kenya, you can still extend your work visas, and so can you do it in Mozambique and other countries. So the local extension has never been a problem. But obviously the international visas have been suspended, and the international travel is not really possible. Which leads me to the flights. I've said this already right on the top. Lusaka is the one exception. Luanda is also, as I said, Kenya will open probably on the 1st of August. But we need to see that, because obviously the numbers in Kenya are also actually accelerating now. So I'm not sure if they're going to continue with that. And then another very common theme is the quarantine. So all countries really insist on self-quarantine after entering the country, if you enter. The duration is also very similar in all countries, which is 14 days. Angola, it can be reduced to 7. The next slide really is just, I'm focusing on 4 major countries, really, or at least on 4 countries where I thought is interesting, because South Africa obviously will be done right at the end. So in Mozambique, inter-country travel is possible. They have the usual social distancing rules. The schools are closed. The borders are officially closed, but they do have exceptions. And that's another common theme, that most African countries really have created exceptions to the general rule of border closure. So as a matter of fact, you can actually enter Mozambique. In Mozambique's case, really, if you're an investor or you have a long-term work permission or short-term work permission, you can actually enter Mozambique now. However, you would need a special permission by the Minister of Interior. It takes between 7 to 10 to 12 days to get this permission, but you must self-quarantine. So again, for short-term projects, obviously the self-quarantine really is a big obstacle to deliver short-term projects. So that is something where they think a lot of countries need to look at and maybe think about testing more. But yeah, so Mozambique insists on the self-quarantine for two weeks. That's pretty much to Mozambique. Botswana is very similar. So also in Botswana, very little restrictions. You can actually enter Botswana again. Here, if, for instance, you come from South Africa, you would have to first comply with the South African requirements. They're stipulated on the Home Affairs website. So usually you have to notify and ask for permission to leave South Africa. There is an email on the Home Affairs website. I'm sure Mr. Marhule will talk about this a bit later. So that's step number 1. And then the next step is you would also have to get permission from the Botswanan mission in Pretoria. Once you have that, you can actually enter as a tourist, and then you change to a work permit in Botswana. Again, self-quarantine is compulsory. Again, it's 2 weeks. So you see it's quite similar. Then Kenya, I already talked about the curfew. It has been extended yesterday. And then the free cities. Schools, interesting. They're talking about opening only in January next year. So that's I found that quite interesting. And then, as I said already, international flights are aimed to start on the 1st of August. The COVID tests are actually required before you depart in your country and when you come in. So they're quite strict on the testing. And then also Kenya, actually, they don't really allow self-quarantine yet. I haven't seen an update. So far, they're insisting on government sites or hotels, and they actually have a list of hotels. So it's specific hotels. You can only self-quarantine there. Okay. Once the quarantine time is over, you can obviously proceed. Angola is a bit the outlier. They opened a bit earlier. And then also they're insisting on COVID testing at least, within 8 days before departure. And then you still have to self-quarantine, but it can be reduced to 7 days. So that's the good news. So that's pretty much brings me to an end. So in summary, I think if we compare this now to South Africa, I think it is clear that the most African countries don't have such a severe lockdown, in particular when it comes to local tourism, restaurants, alcohol industry. So that's I think interesting to note. Then most countries have continued with rendering services within the country for visa and work permit permissions. So their offices have not been closed and they continue being available for foreigners. And then obviously, as I already indicated before, even when the borders are closed, all countries, including South Africa, by the way, have special rules to bring foreigners into the country. But they're administration heavy. You always have to, ask for permission. You have to apply, and also there is a strong discretionary decision making in place. And obviously, the more discretion you have, the more you open yourself up for problems, maybe that your application is not being granted. So ideally for us, obviously, we would see less discretion and not more. However, again, most countries have similar processes with a heavy discretionary decision. And then I think the last point is there is an emergent sense of opening the borders, or at least the international flights. As I already indicated, Mauritius, Kenya are probably in East Africa the front runners, and Lunga will probably talk much more about that in West Africa because they're a little bit further away, further ahead. Sorry, and Dubai, for instance, obviously they have opened, but that really brings me to an end of my short slides, and then over to you, Lunga, and obviously questions we can do at the end. Thank you very much. And over to you, Lunga.
Thank you, Andreas. And good morning, everyone. My name is Lunga Mani. I am the practice leader for Fragomen Africa, based in Johannesburg. We provide immigration services to all the sub-Saharan countries. We have 2 offices in Africa, the one in Johannesburg and another one in Kenya. The Kenya office looks after East Africa. Our head office is based in the US. And worldwide, we actually have 53 offices, and we look after immigration into over 170 countries worldwide. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the effect of COVID-19 and the visas onto West and Central Africa. However, if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen and hide my face while I'm talking because I just do not want to be distracted. I keep looking at my picture at the bottom here. I'm just going to share my screen at the end, though I'll also show my face again when I'm done with the presentation. Anika, can you see my screen?
Yes, thank you, Lunga.
Okay. Just give me a sec to get this moving. So I'm going to start off with the virus being declared as a global pandemic. We started off, I think, in Africa in February. I think 14th of February. We started having our first case, but that was on the northern part of Africa. And then later on, we saw South Africa. Then we saw the West Africa countries having the COVID-19 cases. As of yesterday, when I was looking at the numbers yesterday afternoon, we're looking at West Africa with 123 cases, in fact, just over 123,000 cases, and Central Africa with just over 46,000 cases of coronavirus. As far as the death rate is concerned, though, for the whole of Africa, I think we're looking at about just over 7, in fact, just under 18,000 deaths. Now, I'm saying that because it always has an impact on what each and every country does in order to protect its citizens and livelihood as well. We saw quite a few countries implementing what we call the lockdowns. Some of them may not have been as hard as South Africa was. One of those countries, in fact, 2 of those countries was Ghana and Nigeria. Ghana looked at only implementing the lockdown in 2 cities, which was Kumasi and Accra, while Nigeria looked at the three states where they implemented a hard lockdown in. But DRC also did the same thing. Then we had Equatorial Guinea, which also implemented a lockdown. Now, however, they started easing those lockdowns. I can tell you that Ghana, I think, started in about early June to ease the lockdowns. Nigeria also started at the end of June to ease the lockdowns, while Equatorial Guinea lifted it completely. Nigeria, though, still said that where you can work from home, you need to continue work from home, much like what South Africa has done. On the border side, this is something that I would say has been a little bit disappointing on our side, in that the borders, the international borders between countries, they remain closed, even though some countries allow for international flights or commercial flights to land, but they've continued to close the borders. On the visa side, we had the first country that decided that it's going to be open about concessions was actually the Democratic Republic of Congo. And what they said was that should your visa terminate while the country is still in a lockdown and you're not able to go and renew your visa, then you're automatically renewed. Nigeria, on the other hand, said that they will do away with the cost of doing a renewal of a visa while they were in the lockdown. And Ghana said there would be no penalties if your visa terminated while you were in the country during the lockdown. Some countries, however, they started off slowly and said that they were closed completely, and then later on said that we will allow some applications to be submitted internally and will issue visas internally, even though they operated in the beginning at 30% capacity and moved on to 100% later on. In fact, Cameroon, I think right now I can say that it's the only country, first and only country to issue visas on arrival in Central and West Africa. All the visas on arrival in all those countries, they were simply stopped when they started looking at closing the borders, even before they closed the borders, in fact. Now, on the flight side, quite a few countries have started to allow international flights to land. I would say that Equatorial Guinea was probably the leader when it comes to that. However, later on, we started seeing them applying what we call a principle of reciprocity. What they were saying was that if your country allows your people to, if our people to land in it, will allow their people to land in our country as well. Now, it would sound as if it's all fair and all of that, but if you look at the borders being closed still, it just makes it a little bit difficult for travel in that region to take place. It just allows for flights that are international to land. The Democratic Republic of Congo, they also opened their borders not so long ago, but they said that where there's higher risk, where someone is coming from a higher risk country as defined by who, now we need to really understand as to whether or not that list by who, by the way, is being updated on a regular basis. But if a citizen of that country is coming to Congo, they will not be allowed in. But it's only those ones that are not from the high-risk countries that are allowed in. Cameroon, they decided that they're actually going to open their airspace for international travel, but only to 2 cities, that is Yaoundé, as well as and Douala. And we also saw recently Senegal, Ivory Coast, and Gabon as well opening their airspace for travel. Now, it may be a simple thing of getting people to travel, but there's quite a few requirements that relates to testing and quarantine. Now, quite a few countries, I'll give you, in fact, one example of a country, which is Equatorial Guinea, where they said that you need to go and test at least 7 days before you travel to Equatorial Guinea. And you must produce a certificate, medical certificate, that says that you tested negative for coronavirus. If, however, you fail to get yourself tested, what follows then is that when you land in Equatorial Guinea, you have to go and be tested in there. And then after that, you go into a government site for quarantine. Now, quite a few clients of ours, we know that they would not want to go into those. But what we always say when it comes to this is that let's look at understanding the quarantine requirements before we go into the country. And let's also look at understanding the testing requirements. Now, the challenges that we've picked up with a lot of these countries, and as well as the visas that we've been assisting our clients with, there also have been the revocation of visas. We keep thinking that the term revoked has been used loosely by the various governments, in that a revocation of a visa is a permanent measure, while a suspension pending the control of the virus is actually a temporary measure. We see this as a challenge that needs to be addressed by various governments that we're dealing with as Fragomen. Also, the expiry of issued permits before the foreign nationals are able to travel to those particular countries. You'll see let's talk about some that were in those countries during the time when we had a lockdown, but they were, and they had just had a 6 months visa, for example, temporary work permit, and they left the country and moved back home through repatriations. The question is, are those visas suspended, or do they continue running as or on the term that they're supposed to have? Sorry. And then the other one is actually the absence of documented concessions for foreign nationals who are unable to travel out of their of those countries. An example is Ghana. Ghana in the beginning did not have, in fact, still does not have any documented concessions in a way. But what you get though from them is that the officials tell you what is going on. So they will tell you not to expect to get anything in writing, but expect that when you reach out to them, they will tell you how you're going to have to deal with certain things. And then we've got continued closures of diplomatic missions. Now that prevents companies from sending their people on a long term to that particular country where the diplomatic mission is closed, because for you to submit a long-term work permit, you need to, in fact, any work permit, you need to actually go into your own country and submit in the diplomatic post of that particular country that you intend to go to. It's only there now for facilitation of repatriations. And lastly, on these challenges is the lack of coordinated efforts from countries to reopening their airspaces. Now, this relates more to countries that do not have direct flights going into them. If those countries do not have a lockdown, I'll give you an example of a country in the Southern Africa, Malawi, or in the east part of Africa, Malawi. Malawi did not have a lockdown, but it relies on countries around it to fly people into it or to fly people out of it. If a country like that has got all those countries around it closed, it's going to create a big impact on whether or not they can actually have the people coming into the country. I think one of the other countries that you would look at is a country like Mauritania that relies on Morocco on a daily basis to have people flying into Mauritania, and Senegal for people to fly into Mauritania once every 2 days. But if those two countries are closed, they will not be able to exercise this particular act of opening their economy. The considerations that we would like certain governments, or in fact most of the governments, to look at are these. The first thing that they always said, or all our governments, including the government of South Africa, said in the beginning was that we want to protect lives and livelihood. Now that is as pretty simple and direct like that. The lives, as far as Africa is concerned, the number of deaths that we've had from the virus is, I would say, in a way controlled compared to certain countries, and we being a continent. I said we're looking at about 17,000, in fact, just under 18,000 deaths since the month of February. At the same time, now we need to look at livelihoods. Livelihoods now is about families being able to earn a living. Now, the companies that we have that actually send people into those countries, they enable that too. So we are of the view that we need to look at special concessions for entry. The first of those concessions is that foreign nationals with existing work permits, they need to be allowed to travel into the country based on whether or not they feel safe. Number one is that those are people that some of them are actually running those organizations, and they make the decisions as to who and how many people need to be employed locally. If we do not allow things like that to happen in the country, if the countries do not allow things like that to happen, it is going to prevent the very objective that the governments are trying to achieve, which is that of protection of livelihoods. We also need to look at emergency travel. Quite a few families were separated during the lockdowns and they were not able to see each other. That's one of the emergency travel reasons that certain governments need to look at implementing. We need to look at execution of critical projects, as well as emergency maintenance. I know that in Ghana, they looked at for one of our clients, actually, they allowed them to travel into the country for maintenance. And our client is in the power generation phase. Said, we'll allow you to travel in to come and fix, because that is a critical thing for our government, or for our people. And then lastly, on this, maybe not lastly, it's the international travel of nationals whose countries from countries whose COVID-19 infections are controlled. Here, the example that I can give you is that of Australia, New Zealand, in fact, I think Fiji as well. For a few weeks, they did not record any case. And they started talking about allowing citizens from those particular countries to travel freely between those countries without even having to do a quarantine. We've seen it happening in Europe recently as well, where some European countries said because they've been controlling the spread of the virus in those countries, they can allow their people to travel in and out of each other's countries without even going on quarantine. I know that some European countries have excluded the US, and they've also excluded Spain in certain countries like the UK. And lastly would be the interregional travel. Now, as I said earlier, this is the one thing that I think our African countries need to consider. The whole thing of borders being closed between countries and people not being allowed to travel while you allow certain flights to come through, it is in a way a little bit disappointing. They just need to think a little bit about the regional economic zones that we have and them continuing to operate based on how they're controlling the virus in their zones. And on my last slide, I'm just going to talk about the planning for the future as well. I would say that each and every company or someone that looks to travel needs to understand the government concessions that have been given by those particular countries. They need to understand the quarantine requirements. As I said, quarantine requirements for some countries, they range from you testing from 14 days before you travel. In other cases, they say 72 hours, not 7 days before you travel. And also once you land where you're going, you need to test again and also go on quarantine. And that always has an impact on the way that certain companies run their business. Because if you are there for a short-term project, losing 14 days in quarantine is going to have a big impact on your business. And then you need to look at remobilization and the speed to deployment. How long is it going to take you to get someone into the country? The meaning of the visas that are revoked and the work permits as well. And lastly, you need to know which countries are actually allowing international travel. That is it from me right now. What I will do is later on, I'll actually hand over my slide to Anika, and Anika can share it with everyone on this call. For now, though, I am going to hand over to the Chief Director of Work Permitting, Ronney, to take over from here and talk about South Africa. Ronney, over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm not going to, I hope you can hear me. I'm not going to talk too much about, in fact, I'm not going to touch issues relating to closing of borders, issues relating to firstly, let me introduce myself. I've been introduced. I know my name is Ronney Marhule. I'm the Chief Director responsible for visas at Home Affairs, and I also manage foreign missions abroad. And I'm not going to talk much about the lockdown. We are fully aware of the South African situation, the curfew, the border closure, the closure of international flights, the quarantine, and all those aspects. And because I believe the two gentlemen have covered the assessment of the current situation all over the world, in Africa and also in South Africa. And I don't think there's much need for me to talk about those issues. I will talk about just few issues which I think might be relevant for you to know. And unfortunately, I'm not able to share the slides. I tried to do that, but I will talk to the issues as we move on, and if there are questions, I can take questions. The first part that I'll talk about is permission to travel out of the country. Permission to travel out of the country, it's open for South African citizens and it's open for permanent residents. There is no need for a South African citizen or a permanent resident to apply to the Department of Home Affairs for permission to travel out of the country for study, medical reason, to work, and for family reunion. We as a department, we have issued a blanket waiver for such approval. You will recall in the past that we have asked people to apply if they want to travel out of the country. So it's no longer the case. You do not need to apply to the department to travel out of the country. All you need to do is to have a proof that you will be admitted in the country you are traveling to. This is by means of a letter from the mission you're traveling to, the mission of the country you're traveling to, that confirms that you will be admitted for work purposes. So, for example, if you are going to the UK government should confirm that you are working in the UK and you will be admitted there in the UK. That's all that is needed. You do not need permission from the Department of Home Affairs. The other category I'll talk to is for foreigners that are out of the country that want to come to the country. With regards to what we call critical strategic projects that are for companies that invest in the country, you are allowed to make a submission to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And the email address is wbarnard@the.dtic.gov.za. That's double Barnard @the.dtic.gov.za. That's where you make an application as a corporate to say you represent Mercedes-Benz. They've got a special project, a 5 billion project in East London. You will require that their resources, foreign labor, be allowed to come into the country. You send that to the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, and they will assess the project the request to see if these are what we call strategic project. This applies to whether it's you talking about the CEO of some of the corporates or key individuals. You make such application, and we look into whether these are critical projects for the country. Once the DTI has assessed that and they will forward it to us as Home Affairs, we will then inform the embassy abroad that such people can be allowed to apply for visas. Where VFS is open, VFS can take such applications, and where VFS is not open, we will then make arrangements with our embassy that such applications be allowed such people be allowed to make applications. If you are an individual having your wife here or your kids here or some of the people here, or you think you want to come here because you're working somewhere and your work is getting delayed, or you run a business, you can write to us as Home Affairs. The minister has issued a direction, if you recall, a few weeks ago, and the recall indicates that categories that are not allowed to come back to the country, you can make a submission in writing to minister and explain why you need to come back into the country. Maybe you need to come back because you've got your spouse here staying alone, or you are a foreigner, you've got some work that you need to do. You submit that to us, and the email address is yogitraven@dha.gov.za, which is yogie.t for Trevor, RAVERN @dha.gov.za. We will assess the case and we will inform you if ever you can come. If we approve that you can come, We'll then issue with a letter, and the same letter we give it to the net joints, for the net joints is aware, and we also give the letter to the embassy in case you need to apply for a visa, so that the embassy is aware that you need to apply for the visa. For both cases, the one for individuals, families, and the other one that I said is for critical projects, investors in the country, the response that we give to you, we also give it to the net joints. But the traveling process follows the repatriation process, which means that you've got to follow the repatriation process that goes through the mission, DERCO, and the net joints. But as long as you have our letter of approval, the repatriation process should be simple. And this includes where we have asked you to apply for a visa. Your visa will then be accepted. With regards to expired visas, we have indicated in the past that the people with expired visas were declared legal, and such visas were declared valid until the 31st of July 2020. We have since increased that date. I'm not sure if publication has been done, but we have sent the publication to the request for publication to the government printers. As you know, as government, we communicate through a government gazette on issues relating to disaster management and lockdown. We have sent a request for government printers to issue a government gazette. I have not followed up if the government gazette was issued, but the extension is for the period until the 31st of October 2020. So all visas that expired in February and those that expired during lockdown are declared valid until 31st of October 2020. And such individuals are not regarded as illegal foreigners. They are not going to be declared undesirable if they leave the country, and they do not require a good cause when we need to apply for a visa at a later stage. With regards to revoked visas, I know there's been an issue raised in instances where, yes, visas remain revoked as we have indicated. But I need to indicate clearly that the visas revoked are those for the specific countries that we have indicated, as the president announced when he made an announcement in March, which are those countries that we regarded as high risk and middle risk. And I know that there have been questions that those countries are no longer high risk, but the visas remain revoked. I know there's been an issue about the interpretation of revoked and suspension that we deal with as on a case-by-case basis. The visas remain revoked. However, if you belong to what we call critical projects for the country, and you tell us that you do not have a visa, we ask you to go and apply for a visa, even if you come from the high-risk countries. If you tell us that you have a visa, we want to see the visa, and we write to you and we indicate to you that you can use the same visa to travel into the country. We do that because international travel is still restricted, and we therefore are able to manage those people that are allowed to come into the country. If you belong to the individual category that you coming here, you've got a husband here who's working here, but you are alone outside, and we have granted you permission to come back. If you do not have a visa, you apply for a visa. But if you have a visa and you are afraid that it has been revoked, we do allow you to come back, and we confirm with our net joints that that person must be allowed to come back with that visa. So I want to clarify how we deal with the revoked visas in South Africa. It's not, it might not be the same as how other countries deal with. We do allow people in those categories of revoked visas to come into the country when we have given you permission. We do not think it is necessary for you to go and apply for a new visa if you have that visa. That's how we manage those individuals. I also want to deal with the issue of visa exemption, that the visa exemption that were withdrawn remain withdrawn. And the visa exemptions that were withdrawn were only withdrawn for those countries that were mentioned. You have a list of the countries, so you are aware of those countries, because I'm aware that there have been some confusion about visa exemption that visa exemption has been withdrawn. It is only withdrawn for those specific countries that were mentioned in the speech by the president and those that the minister has announced. So which means if you are a citizen of those countries, citizen of UK, Germany, or those countries that we have mentioned there, and you need to come to the country, you need to apply for a visa. Even if you are coming for those categories that we have mentioned as individuals that are approved to come into the country, you will have to apply for a visa. That's the current status. As to what is going to happen in the future, I'm afraid I will not be able to explain to you what is going to happen in the future. I'm sure government will look into those issues relating to the visa exemptions that have been withdrawn, as to whether those visa exemptions can be reinstated for those countries, taking into consideration the pandemic, and also taking into consideration issues of tourism and other issues that government will have to balance to take that decision. So I'm afraid I won't be able to explain to you with regards to that. With regards to visa services as well in the country, we confirm that from the 1st of July, we opened up a collection of outcomes that were processed, and VFS is able to take in to accept individuals to collect their outcomes. Obviously, we have done some assessment in terms of COVID protocols relating to sanitizing the building, disinfecting the building, social distance, and all of those aspects that are required. And we have allowed that collection of visa applications can take place. This is in line with a lockdown level 3, which allowed for opening up of limited local or domestic business travels. And local travel includes courier services, and therefore we said, since courier services allowed, we will then allow VFS to courier all their outcomes to various provinces, and we allow visas to be collected or outcomes to be collected from the 1st of July. The process is ongoing. The next phase that I need to talk about is with regards to submission, because I know that that has been one of the issues that has been raised. We are presenting to the legal stream. As you know, all the processes that we do must be published in the Government Gazette in the directions relating to disaster management, to say these are the services that we want to render. What we want to do during the month of August, we want to ensure that VFS issues all the outstanding outcomes for the month of August. We also want to ensure that temporary residence visas that were rejected are looked into, some of them reviewed, checked, finalized, and also allow then, and I want everybody to be clear with what I'm going to explain. This is what we're presenting to the Disaster Management Committee for approval, that from the 3rd of August, certain limited applications be allowed. But the limited applications will only be allowed with regards to the online application. So you will make an online application from the 3rd of August, but for appointments to be made with effect from the 1st of September. The reason we want to do that is to ensure that we are managing the centers. We do not want a situation where we open a center, you know, there's a couple of companies that opened, and the next couple of days, labor inspects and finds that there are some issues that have not been adhered to and close the office. We do not want to see that. We want to use the month of August to assess everything. And therefore, you will be allowed, if this is approved, because we've got to present it for approval, you will be allowed to make an application from the 3rd of August, but with an appointment date of the 1st of September. And the limited categories that we're talking about, will be your critical skills visas, general work visa, business visa, study visa, corporate visa, intra-company transfer work visa, waivers, temporary residence appeals, and Lesotho exemption permits. I hope I will not be expected to repeat, but I'll give just few reasons. We take the critical skills visa, general work visa, and business visa as highly mobile clients who contribute to the development of the economy and who will require visas and will then accept applications for visas from the 3rd of August. We require that we are aware that study visas, some of the institutions are not open, but we say as and when the Minister of Higher Education announces the universities to be open or institutions to be open, it is better for us to have dealt with the study visas. So we will recommend that study visas be opened as well. Corporate visas, you know, they contribute in major projects at ESCOM, DUP, other projects, harvesting in farms, in mines, and all that. We will allow them to apply. Intra-company transfer, we are recommending that those who have completed their 4 years, under normal circumstances, they're not allowed to renew. They must leave the country, but taking into account the international closure of borders, international travel restriction, we will then recommend that they be allowed to extend, but we will issue the visas, intra-company visas, for the period of 2 years. And linked to the above, we think waivers should be open because some of these applicants are linked to the above. Temporary residence appeals, we know that there are those that have been rejected and would like to apply, and will request the temporary residence appeals to be allowed together with the Lesotho exemption permits. This is what we call phased-in approach. As you know, each country does not open up everything at once, and therefore we're not going to open up at once. At the later stage, we'll look into applications relating to permanent residence exemption. Actually, all applications that I have not mentioned are applications that we can look into at a later stage because we're looking at the phased-in approach. And I know that people can come and say, no, why don't you allow these? Why don't you allow this category? Why don't you allow this category? It's not going to be possible for us to allow each and every category. Hence, we are bringing these few as a proposal to the table in terms of disaster management protocols to say these are the visas that must be allowed. That is, and as far as Home Affairs Services, if there are any other issues that can be addressed, we are more than willing to address those issues, but please, it must not be related to the border closure and flights and quarantine and lockdown and curfew, because those are the areas that we are fully aware of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ronney. Thank you, Lunga, and thank you, Andreas. We are now going to be opening the session for question and answers, and we already have one question here from Judy, and she asks, so to ensure blanket approval from Home Affairs, is it for both work and family reunion? Do you need a letter from the mission receiving the traveller? This is for Ronney.
I guess it's for people. I'm not sure whether the blanket approval, are they talking about if it's a blanket, if it's an approval for people leaving the country, South African leaving the country, or permanent residence for family reunion or whatever the case may be, you do not need permission for that. You need permission if you are an individual to come into the country, if you are a foreign national. So South Africans, permanent residents living the country, they don't need permission from Home Affairs anymore. We have already granted a blanket approval. So you don't need to write to us and say, I'm a South African citizen, I need to travel to UK because I am working there or I'm studying there. You only need to provide at the airport with a letter confirming that indeed you work there. So you don't need an approval. It's only a foreign national who wants to come to the country for family reunion, medical attention, or you want to come and start a business or work, that you then write to us. We look into the case. If we approve, we give you a letter, and then the same letter we give it to our mission abroad, and we give it to the net joints, so that when you start the repatriation process, the net joints is aware of your case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronney. Judy says this addresses her concern perfectly. Thank you. And then another question for Ronney. It's from Marlon. Will the phasing in depend on what happens with the COVID peak?
Yes, of course, it will depend on not necessarily the peak. It will depend on the lockdown level. So the peak, yes, will take that into consideration, but the lockdown level will take that into consideration. Let me explain practical. The peak might be high, but the government might think we may go to lockdown level 2, or whatever the case may be, or the government might make any lockdown level, whatever they think. So we'll take that into consideration as well. So we'll not necessarily say a peak or a lockdown will make a combination of a lockdown level and a peak, because remember, the lockdown level opens services for more services, including government services. So we'll take into consideration all those aspects in terms of aiding some of the requirements, not the requirements, some of the services that will be open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronney. And then I see there's quite a few questions that have come in. I'd just like to find out from you, would you like to take them one at a time, or can we batch them in, say, groups of 3?
You can bring the questions in a group.
Great, thank you. We have a question here from Lunga asking, how do we make submissions to the Disaster Management Committee regarding the opening of borders? And then we have a question from Lucky and Gemma, who says, we are an international school and we wish to ask if international tutors abroad can apply for their visas at their respective embassies. And then Atina asks here, if a foreigner is currently on a visitor's visa, would you be open to allow the applicant to apply for a critical skills visa in the country? So those are the first 3 that I'll batch for you, Ronney.
Thank you. If I pronounce your name wrongly, please forgive me. The first one, let me deal with the Lunga's case. Unfortunately, I will not have an answer with regards to the decision to open the border. The decision to open the border is a cabinet decision. You will recall that the president, whenever he makes a speech, he will say the cabinet has taken a decision as advised by the National Coronavirus Command Council, and cabinet has taken a decision. So all the decision taken there, whether it's the closing of liquor stores, closing of borders, closing of international travel, all those are cabinet decisions, and therefore cabinet decisions are made by cabinet members as advised by the National Corona Command Council and as advised by the net joint. So I will not be able to indicate to you, but I guess like the restaurants who have written to the president, to the council, like the sporting codes, and I think the couple of people, the churches have written. So I'm sure you can make that request for the borders to be open. So I want to emphasize that is not a Home Affairs decision. So you will not be able to write to us. It's a cabinet decision, and you may have to look into how other institutions like the restaurants, the churches, how did they make presentation to the command council, and how were they assisted. With regards to international schools, we are saying schools that are allowed to operate are allowed to apply for visas. So you can inform us using the email address I've given you of Yogi, .traven@dha.gov.za that you've got students at these areas, and these are the students. If you have their details, we will then communicate with the individual embassies to allow them. But basically, the visas are linked to services that are open. So if the schools are open, the study visa will be allowed for those. For an example, we're getting inquiries from people saying, I'm studying at this university and I need to get a study visa. And you'll find that the university says they only allow 33% and they are at 33%. And that individual is not allowed to come in to go to that university. We'll then inform that individual that we won't issue with a study visa, because in terms of the regulations under disaster management, a university has already determined the number of people. But with regards to this international students, I'm of the view that my understanding is that they have opened up for those students and they want those students to come. But we need to know, you need to commit yourself and say, these are the students there in this area, because we do not want to open visas for everyone. So we need to, because international travel is closed and the borders are closed, so we need to manage only those that are allowed. So you need to show to us. So those individuals need to have some sort of a confirmation from yourself that they are allowed to come, and we will then assist them. With regards to critical skills visas, remember I indicated in the list there that we have waivers for people above. So you will apply for a waiver and tell us why you want to apply for critical skills visa if you are having a visa, because a visitor's visa, because a visitor's visa is not allowed to change. That is why, as a visitor here, you came here as a visitor. We are allowing you to stay here until the 31st of October, and you must leave the country. You are not allowed to change, because when you came to South Africa, you said you're a tourist. So as a tourist, you must remain a tourist. We are only allowing you to be in the country and not to be illegal. So which means you must go home. But if you believe you have a case to present to us that says you cannot go home, you can apply for a waiver and say you do not want to go home because you believe you can apply for a critical skills visa, you can contribute. We'll look into the case, and if we believe you can, we will allow you to change. But if we don't believe you can, we'll inform you that no, wait for the time to go, and you can go out of the country and apply there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronney. And then a few more questions. There's a question from Paul here. What is the process to follow for a foreign national currently employed in Johannesburg and has to relocate with his family to Dakar for work purposes? And then a question from Christina. Submissions of visa application abroad with exceptional circumstances, for example, purchased a property and would like to retire in South Africa. Can they apply for a retired person's visa? And then from Stanislas, my GWP expires on the 31st of July. I would like to apply for a new visa, a critical skills visa. I understand I'll be allowed to submit my online visa application from the 3rd of August. During this processing time, am I allowed to work, as the temp measures for the temp visa have been extended to the further date? And then I'll batch the next questions after.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure about the first, but I think it relates to somebody who's staying in South Africa and has a visa in South Africa and wants to and has relocated to Dakar. And has to relocate to Dakar for work purposes. That's my understanding. Everybody's allowed. You can apply to travel out of the country. I'll just have to. I didn't have the email address for that. I was not looking at such foreigners going out. I was looking at foreigners coming in. But at a later stage, I can provide the details in terms of the contact details or email address, or if you want to leave the country, you are not going to your country. But under normal circumstances, we will obviously need confirmation that where you're going to, you will be admitted. Because remember, if you're not admitted, in terms of ICAO requirements, you must be sent back to the country where you left, which is South Africa. But I'll get more information and send to Annika particularly on this one, because it relates to foreigners going out of the country, which was not something that I captured in my presentation. With regards to people that are abroad want to apply for retirement, I'm not sure whether you are saying whether but I will answer both sides. I'm not sure whether you are saying whether they have a property that they have purchased in the country, or they want to purchase in the country and they want to apply to come to the country to purchase the property, or they want to come to the country to apply for retirement, or they want to apply for retirement abroad because they have a property that they are purchasing. So I'm not quite sure, but I'll try and cover all angles. If you have a property that you are purchasing and want to finalize the purchasing of the property, surely you can give us proof of that to say you have purchased the property in South Africa, you want to finalize the purchasing of that property. These are the details, and you request that you be allowed to come back. We will look into it, and I may say that it's something that it's reasonable. So we'll look into that and allow you. I'm not saying as a 100% decision. I'm just using my assessment, my common sense that it sounds like a reasonable request to come and finalize the purchasing, as long as you have given us proof that the purchase, the property has been purchased, or you need to finalize the purchase. So we can look into that. Should we allow you to come? If we allow you to come, you'll have to come on a visitor's visa. If you want to apply for permanent residence, obviously it must be the property that you have already purchased. It must not be you are going to purchase a property. It must be a property that you have already purchased. It is your property. You can show to us that it's your property, and you want to apply for permanent residence abroad using the category or the section that deals with property. So surely you can do that. But you can't come into the country, purchase the property as a visitor, finalize the purchasing of the property, and then you say you now want to apply for retirement. Then if you want to do that, you must follow the process of applying for a waiver for that. That we can look into, and we will take a decision on that. The third question relating to general work, whether you want to change to critical skills and whether you will be allowed. One of the areas of the issues I did not mention, which you will see in the government gazette that will be printed, that will be published on the conditions that will be printed in the government gazette in terms of the disaster management directions. We are saying all the visas that are valid, have expired, are declared valid or are extended and are valid until the 31st of October 2020, and individuals are not allowed to change. So which means you can continue to work in that particular area or study, or simply you can continue with an activity of the visa given to you. So you have a visa to work for Coca-Cola, and we're saying it is valid until 31st of October. You want to continue working for Coca-Cola, we will allow that because the visa is linked to Coca-Cola. But what we will not allow is for you to say, now I want to move from Coca-Cola to Total, and then you want to now go and work for Total. We have not approved you to work for Total. The visa that we approved was for you to work for Coca-Cola. So the extension that we are giving you until 31st of October is linked to your current visa. So I have a visa, whether it's general or critical skills or intra-company transfer or corporate visa. I work for company A. The visa is extended until 31st October to continue working for company A. Should I decide to leave company A to company B, we do not cover that. You will then have to wait for your application to be approved. If you make an application on the 3rd of August and you change employment, you will then have to wait for the visa to be approved. But if you're remaining in the same company, no, for sure, reasonably continue working in that company. You don't need to wait for the visa to be given to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronney. And I see we are running a little bit over time, but if you wouldn't mind, I would just like to pose three more questions to you. So the first one is from Pietru saying, when will VFS in South Africa open for submission of other applications for extension of visas to accompany spouse, visitor section 11.6, etc.? And then another question here for you. I submitted a permanent residence application together with my wife. I got my permanent residence permit, but my wife has not. And now it has been 4 years. What can we do? What can be done? And then the last question for now, Ronney, and then what I will do is group the questions into an email to you afterwards, or share your contact information if you don't mind, is what happens with the documents which have expired during lockdown? Do we have to apply for new medical, radiological, and police clearances?
Thank you. I may say I do have a few minutes for you. I can give you a few minutes if you have other questions as well. I do have some time. I think the next meeting is at 11:30. With regards to VFS, as I've indicated earlier on, we will look into the situation in terms of the lockdown, in terms of the other factors that I've indicated earlier on, in terms of the peak, and in terms also of of adherence to COVID-19 protocols. Remember, one of the critical areas of COVID-19 is social distancing. Is there social distancing? Is there space available? Can we get more people? Should we find that there is a reason to get more people, we will review the case probably towards the end of August or in the middle of August to say whether we can add other categories like 11.6 or company spouse or others. But for now, those are the categories because we want to first observe the social distancing if it's applied. So we may add other services at the end of August if we are satisfied, but we'll communicate that. PR applications where the main person is approved and the other spouse is not approved, or the other person or child or family member is not approved, those we can look into. We understand that, and I will prefer that perhaps if Annika, you can send me a group of such people, or they can send it to me, because we do prioritize families where a main applicant is approved and the child is not approved and the other spouse is not, the spouse is not approved. We do prioritize that, so we can look into that. And we also do not look into whether your visa is valid or not for this category at the moment if the spouse has been issued. Documents that have expired, we will consider that. We do not request you to get a new police clearance, new medical report, or whatever report for the documents that expired anytime from February or during lockdown. We will not require you to apply for a new document. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much, Ronney. I know we are over time. Thank you for giving us your time. But I think in the interest of everybody else's time, we will begin closing off the session. May I ask, Ronney, if you're comfortable with us sharing your direct email address with the attendees from today's session so that they can contact you?
Yeah, for sure. No problem.
Thank you very much. And with that said, thank you everybody for taking the time to attend today. Thank you to Ronney for giving us your time. Thank you, Lunga, for your time. And thank you, Andreas, for your time. We will share the presentations made by Andreas and Lunga after the session, as well as a recording of the session and contact email addresses for everybody. I see there is one more message that has come up, and it's just a thank you. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anika. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Good
you.
day.
Bye.
Cheers, bye.